Welcome! Welcome in. Oh, good grief. Every day I check this, and every day it unmutes itself, chat. Welcome! I'm Qwestley. Welcome to day 6 of our Endwalker main scenario quest streamathon. We are doing this Tuesday through Friday, 2 to midnight Central, every week until Dawntrail's release, or until we happen to get current with story, whichever comes first. We are moving at a pretty decent clip through the story so far, I must say. I think we've hit, hold on, level 86 on the main scenario quest tracker thing in-game, which is over the halfway point. So yeah, if you want to join us, like I said, that's when we'll be doing it. If you are interested in making sure that you don't happen to miss any of it, give the channel a follow. I also have the announcements up in Discord. That is linked below, as well as Twitter and YouTube. Twitter is where the announcements will go. If you happen to miss a stream, the VODs will go up on YouTube. They may be a bit delayed, though. We're a little behind as far as getting footage edited, but that's okay. For right now, kick back, relax, and we will jump right back in to our regularly scheduled programming here. One more piece of housekeeping before we get started. We're getting so close, chat, to hitting our... you'll notice that I have the follower goal up. That's been absent from the stream for the past week or so. But we're getting so close, and once we hit it, finally, we will have basically unlocked Twitch, as it were. There are so many cool things that I want to do for you guys and have planned. So, help us get there, and then we can do all that. In addition, if you'd like to support the channel, there is our tip jar down at the bottom. You just click that link, and that will send you to our tip page. That is never required, but it is appreciated. So, let's get started. My partner in crime is already here. Let's just start picking all this nonsense up, shall we? An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Zelk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here and help us. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted-purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. But not before side quests. So many. All of them. Every of all the side quests. Forever. Crows take that little sod. Where's it gone? Oh, I was unaware we had a visitor. Pardon my language. I should hate to give a poor impression of Elpis with my unprofessional behavior. Alas, I am quite at my wit's end with this new cultivar. Restorative properties are superlative, that much is true. Yet what possesses creator to give it such nimble little legs I shall never understand. Everything need be ambulatory. I've tried leashing it, fencing it in, staring at it with all my might, each to no avail. Its resourcefulness is far beyond what one could, and I dare say should, wish of a vegetable. Given that it shows such signs of sentience, however, perhaps it is possible for another intelligent creation to commune with it. When it embarked upon its most recent bid for freedom, I sent my assistant after it. His own legs have grown quite powerful by this point, so with any luck, you will find them not too far. Considering like Hermes' content or comment earlier regarding how they keep records, this is a very fastidious, studious place. And so like the thing that I was talking about last night, where we went into a storage building and they talked about like, yeah, this is the sum total of our archives in this room, or our administrative records. I'm like, that's not much. And considering how like fastidious you guys are with record keeping, you probably generate this much information every day? So it's just a little weird. What familiar essence you have, like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept? Familiar. Oh, just my little joke. Rin wasn't. I'm Hippotho. Yes, we're getting to that. Rin, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Aileros, or as we know it, a Gala cat. The Aileroi are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperament of species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Aileros under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This evening, we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task has begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you found them. We can't have beasts running amok. The Gala cat. It's basically a cat with a wing vest. Now, how it operates those, I don't know. Follow the Ailera. Not one of these. Fine. I grow weary of the follow quest. But it is all right. We shall endure, chat. We shall. Dun 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 dun. The Aileros alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. Fight them both? We do fight them both. Alright. Dueling grips and a dueling ignorant. Haven't even picked up all the others yet. Mandragora! Grillo sent you to commune with the Mandragora. Best of luck. The Mandragora emits a screech, not unlike the sound of a magic airship's hull rending in twain, but it is unclear what this is meant to convey. Well, I used the entirely wrong sound effect there. Did that help? So even its fellow creations cannot understand it. What a pity. Granted, I did suspect its vocal organ was unique. If you took the same form, that may be less of an obstacle. Though I am admittedly unversed in the original design specifications, I should have little difficulty transforming you into its mirror. Shall we have a go? If anything, you understand even less than you did before. I had not the slightest idea what you were saying. Would you mind repeating that? Foiled again. Nevertheless, we have gained valuable data. I, too, would like to know what the Mandragora say. Alas, please inform Gros that it may be some time before I return. Did you locate the Mandragora? We did. Seemingly incapable of comprehensible communication, is it? Perhaps its degree of intelligence bears further scrutiny. Of course, if upon further observation it is deemed sentient, it will be subject to even greater scrutiny to ensure that it can be safely let loose. If we can say with certainty that its legs work. Hippoto. Quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Aileroi are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? I guess. I'm so pleased that you're willing to join us in further research. Thus far, you've noted this Aileros' response to stimuli. However, the Aileroi have one more very specific capability. Aren't you curious? You will be pleased to know that I've dispatched one additional Aileros to fly about the 12 Wonders then. If she is working as designed, the phenomenon should be clearly observable. I expect that you'll be able to collect evidence of it from my fellow researchers, say Oleros, Deucalion, and Chloris. Do present your conclusions to me when you've finished. Wandering around, pestering all the people. I would advise you to keep your head down. I saw some manner of creature darting about in the air just now. If it carries on like that, it's only a matter of time before it collides with someone's skull. It startled me so badly that I accidentally created a winged fish, of all things, which itself escaped to the skies ere I knew it. Now I have a moment to reflect on its speedy departure. Perhaps the ability to fly is not so wasted upon aquatic creatures as I believed. The running gag in Elpis is that the trend that's taking over is making things that swim fly. Recent fashion for flying concepts may have something to it after all. I really must pay a visit to the Bureau of the Architect next time in Amarat. I doubt anyone has registered a winged fish yet. Content to allow their familiars to wander about unattended of late. Become something of a distraction. I've been attempting to prune this bush for ages. Azim, you say? In that case, I suppose some degree of independence is to be expected. I take it you're the resilient sort as well. You name it, I've been punched by it. That's wonderful to hear. The acanth population around Wonders is in need of culling, you see. The appropriate number of specimens has been moved to the Hungarian Gardens, a far more suitable habitat, but the remainder need be cut down. You can attract one by applying this nectar water. Perhaps over by the beacon to the northwest, we should wait for the creature to lumber over here and mistake anyone else for a tasty snack. Uh-huh. How convenient. Okay, there's nobody in... Are they behind the building? Aren't you just adorable? Yes, yes, you are. Hello. Started swallowing at the wrong time. Oops. That's what I love about familiars. So whimsical. I have a task that is perfectly suited to one such as yourself. I would like you to inspect the flower beds north of here. I suspect they will have accumulated some ethereal masses. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ethereal masses. Should you find any, please bring them to me. Do look carefully now. If I needed someone to wander off with the task I finished, I would have asked one of the other researchers. Mount researcher. Where did you come? Get back quickly. How odd. Generally speaking, the scripts would sooner gore you than look at you. Did your creator imbue you with a special talent for soothing savage beasts? Curious indeed. I dare say this calls for further experimentation. I don't suppose you would be willing to attempt a flight on its back. I'm gonna have to make a short of like every single time somebody here says dare say. Dare say, dare say, dare say, dare say, dare say. Not that the grips will find use as a mount, you see, but its aggression toward unfamiliar faces has precluded any real trials thus far. Please consider it. Are you and your trousers ready to ride the grips? Yes. Yes, I am. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Both of you have wonderfully relaxed riding postures. What say you to a little tour of Elpis? Okay. A nice relaxing flight. Bum, bum, bum. Note of Faran's beauties ever striking. Note the blossoms, which change according to Elpis' seasons and ethereal balance. A true masterwork. The grip seems quite content, a result of the flower's sweet perfume and your masterful handling, no doubt. These beacons are crucial to our operations here in Elpis, and make convenient lodestars for flying specimens under observation. Successful concepts sight them from a distance and can approach without hesitation. The Grips has passed that test with flying colors, so let us return to solid ground. An elegant landing, another mark in favor of the Grip's utility as a mount. I believe I have the data I need. Thank you for your cooperation. Happy to help. I'm sure you are curious as to what today's trial means for our friend here. If you like, we can speak further back at the Wonders. An ethereal mass. Oh, hold on, douse yourself in... Oh, it's not for that. Okay. Though you examine the flower bed closely, there are no ethereal masses to be found. It's the little thing down here. Oh, this is probably the thing that we need to douse ourselves in nectar water, is it? Yeah. Sweet scent with a touch of ripeness fills the air. We sense a hostile presence. How did I land 2 of these here? Oh, hold on. Ah, the scent of nectar water and fresh-cut vines. You did as I ask. It is much appreciated. The canthae grow and propagate quickly. Too quickly, as I've learned. Their short life cycle makes them an excellent source of fertilizer in woodland areas. I'd hoped this factor would be enough to keep their population in check, but it appears that without natural predators, they proliferate so fast as to smother the local flora. I cannot talk today, chap. Just as it would be wasteful to allow my darlings to be sent to death, I will make this concept work, I promise you that. Please know that based on these results, I am confident the grips can be trained to become the perfect mount. It scorns unfamiliar or clumsy hands, yes, but so long as it trusts its rider, it serves her incomparably. Given Hermes' own expertise, flying creatures are always subject to immense scrutiny before approval. Even so, I have no doubt that our proud friend will pass muster. And just like that, we have hit level 88. Two ethereal masses. Gardens of the 12 Wonders reflect the balance of dynamic and stagnant ether of all 6 aspects. An excess of activity in a single aspect leads to this type of agglomeration. It is these flowers' way of bearing fruit, so to speak. Beautiful as that may sound, ethereal masses indicate that we must adjust the ethereal balance in outputs to maintain an ideal environment. There's not for you to worry your dear little head about, of course. Such magic is as simple as breathing for us. Run along now. Alright, let's pick up these other 2 quests before we get sidetracked and pulled away from them. You are Ozm's familiar, are you not? I posed you a question. Imagine an object you truly desire lies before you. What do? Shout, need! I have a mighty need! I see. As rumored, you do show a glimmer of intelligence. Avarice is a mark of sentience, you know. Speaking of which, my pot of nectar has recently gone missing, along with the nymphi I was observing. Of course, should I pursue them, they will like as not hide for fear of reprisal while they devour the lot. However, they may respond if a fellow familiar expresses her doubt that so much nectar truly belongs to them. Fortified enclosures? That would be dreadfully dull for all involved. Oh, if only there were someone who... Aha, you have impeccable timing, my friend. I'm in need of a bit of assistance, you see. If you insist. I assure you that I do. Now listen, we've been asked to design a new island for the purposes of containing and monitoring poisonous specimens. Alas, we know little of such concepts, and last I attempted a bit of research, I woke up 3 days later with far too much information about gripes. You, however, have the look of a familiar that could not possibly care less about this subject. Thus do I require your services. You need only ask the researchers at Ananerissus for a brief introduction to poisonous creatures, and steadfastly ignore any niggling curiosity in favor of reporting back here. Boy. Isn't this the most darling familiar you have ever seen? Behold its soft and fluffy fur, its pudgy belly, its charming little bell, its eyes that gaze imploringly into the very depths of your soul. Makes you want to dismantle it and gobble its adorable ether right up. Dismantle, no. I dare not, of course. Whoever it belongs to would be quite cross indeed. Yet even to gaze upon it stokes within me a creative passion the likes of which I've never known. Mere. Alas, my muse, perhaps I need create my own familiar of surpassing cuteness after all. Deucalion. A tiny winged creature? Do you refer to Hippotho's familiar, perchance? I did see it not long ago. I know not where it's gone off to, I regret to say. I would assist in your search, but I must put brush to parchment before I forget what I meant to write. Outside of my observational duties, I have been laboring over a treatise on aquatic flora, you see, yet rereading my work a moment ago, I was suddenly struck with how trite my conclusion sounds. I believe I know precisely how to strengthen it, however. I dare say even Halmarut shall be impressed by my insight. Da, da, da. So you've spoken to everyone. What are your findings? Exactly right. The Aileroy bless those they meet with inspiration. After all, we are at our best and our brightest when our hearts are at ease. With clarity of thought and faith in ourselves, we can do anything. And what could possibly quell inner turmoil? Inner turmoil? Inner turmoil. So well as a lovable creature like this. Ah, it seems Judy calls. She senses another irregularity. Off you go then, dear girl. With today's results, the Aileros concept will be approved in no time. I am truly fortunate to have such wonderful familiars to work with. Yourself included, of course. Fortunately, these appear to be taking less time to complete. Uh-oh. The nymph squeaks innocently in response to your query, but you have ample reason to doubt its sincerity. Waddles away, but not before you catch a strong whiff of nectar. It's a beaver! Oh, God! Soon the beaver apocalypse will be upon us. Well, you can't really see through the grass. Speaks innocently in response to your query. Playing hide and seek with the beaver. Instead of Moogles. There's a thing I could say about the phrasing of that sentence. Welcome in, Hanban Solo. Yes, you did. You joined at the perfect time. Squeaks innocently in response to your query, but you have ample reason. Oh, right. I keep forgetting that I have to hit doubt on these. How is your day going? Squeals in a presumably disgruntled fashion and waddles away. Avoiding work. Don't do that. I mean, I'm happy you're here. But work is important. You've returned, but where are my nymphi? Beavers. What in the world are you talking about? Come now, tell me what you saw. Spare no detail. Strange brown-furred creatures that waddled? My nymphi were bright and winged, and... Oh. Oh no. No. No, that's absurd. Tell no one of this. Some things are better off lost. No one knows what these are. I desperately want resolution to the mystery of what the beavers are. And also why they have not caused beaver apocalypse yet. Quintessential example of a poisonous specimen is the marble marquis, of course. Never was there a creation so foul, so pungent, hence the name. Indeed, the concept has lately been adjusted to prevent any further accidents. But the marquis, oh, the marquis, it blinds the eye and paralyzes the body, even as the mind desires nothing so much as to vomit continually to purge its stench. Why did they ever make that thing? You have learned the odoriferous origin of marbles. A very good question. Why? Who designed the marble and why? Because it's horrible. It's awful. You were soliciting ideas for an isle of poisonous concepts? In that case, you might ask after the new cultivar from the chthonic horns. I'm told it bears poison fruit. You learned of a deadly new cultivar. The deadliest of cultivars. Deadly. Poisonous creatures? Why, there's one right here. As you can see, its skin is translucent. The body within is, shall we say, squishy. Fortunately for it, those beautiful sleeve-like appendages conceal countless minute stinging darts. Most other creatures cannot so much as touch it, let alone devour it. It would be fascinating to see how it fares against non-aquatic concepts. Oh, perhaps it could even fly, should a light enough gas be incorporated into the membrane. And not another flying thing! You have learned a disturbing fact about stinging invertebrates. Boy. Now we go back and tell them what we have found. There you are. I'd begun to worry you'd become mired in the minutiae. Hand over. 3 notes, enough to see our options, yet not so many as to lead us into the weeds. Well done. My, this marquis is fascinating, isn't it? How might one contain such a specimen that did not befoul its environs beyond repair? I simply must know. Excuse us, we are off to see a man about a marble. And that's just outside. The theme song of this playthrough is riding on my bike with my chocobo friend. I'm going to sing it at every opportunity. Every possible opportunity. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Rin handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes... The Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Like, is that the Fenrir model? There it is. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Summon. Oh gosh, what's its name? The Steam. It's okay, it starts with an E. I know it starts with an E, but I can't remember what it is. I see that. Your bird.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld. May you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Poor girl.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time? Aye.
The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Rin? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Ananorissus. Okay, good. Nothing new. No side quests. There's going to be some once we get up here, but still. No new ones before we move on. Dun, dun, dun. Riding across the bridge with my chocobo friend. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notaneus. There we will find one of the Neos, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Let's get to teleporting! I do so love to teleport. Here we are, Notaneus. This Neos will take us to Calamelios Sephiros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. But what about Danon Oikos? I want yogurt.
Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Very good question.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
This is a joke among the actual developers. Wouldn't surprise me.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Venat, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Venat is her name, and she is the previous Azen.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
She knows, Jen.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
What? Nani?
Believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals by any chance?
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
That's the nail on the head.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Oh, how I want to.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Oh, fine.
Move to a place more conducive to calm conversation. I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. we were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
You probably did say so yourself at some point. I know my mouse was getting a little low last night. Probably need to plug it in. Involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Point Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. And of course, more ether currents. To the southwest, you say? There you are. To the northwest. Oh, to the east. Duh. Left and right. West and east. There it is. I got all turned around. To the northeast. Pegasus. Northerly Zephanius. Zephanius. Greek word. Minotaur. 53 to the southeast. Up here? Yes. and to the southeast. We're 2 of the explorable ones shy. There's this one. I don't think all of the remaining ones are here. They're like a whole... Well, maybe they are. To the north. Tissus. Hyperborea. Yeah, I think the last one is up there. Because we're almost at the top part of it. Yeah, it's up. It's up there. We'll have to take this other teleporter to get there. Alright, so that does it for all of those. We can go back to the Aetheryte. And... attune. Attune. Why did the crystal carry a bucket? So it could attune. I'm sorry, I ruined that. I ruined my own joke. It was supposed to be so it could carry a tune. Never mind, chat. Strike it from the record. Here we are. Come on. Go away. There we go. Venat. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal, well done. Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Why, yes. Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often, then. It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers I accidentally clicked. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. But I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. This is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Venat, welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
How do we put this? May as well be honest.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
The Asians and Hydaelyn. I love Emmett's response to this story.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Venat?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital in Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Very difficult to do that.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
We don't know that, Emmett. We don't know.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Bum, 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 bum. Shall we begin our investigations, then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried-and-true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteion, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Side quests. But no blue ones. They must be done. Alas. Would you assist me, familiar? As I'm sure you are aware, the floating islands of Elpis were created to provide suitable habitats for our various creations. In order to maintain their respective environments, however, surveyors such as myself must make regular assessments of their ethereal composition. To that end, I was planning to take samples from the Millennium habitat with my partner. But it seems he had an urgent engagement, something about an unscheduled meeting with a member of the Convocation of 14. Though I'm now faced with handling this rather grueling task alone, waiting until he returns is simply not an option. Thus am I requesting your help. What say you? Would you be willing to accompany me? Certainly. May I ask a favor? A colleague of mine from the Thalassai is overdue to make his report, and I need someone to give him a gentle nudge. He's currently over at Rumination's Ramble, observing some life forms newly hatched from one of our creations, but I'm afraid I'll skew the data if I show up and startle them. Excuse me. A familiar like you, however, should cause much less of a disruption. Perfect timing, familiar. I have a favor to ask of you. It's my job to name the creations brought to us, but I can't seem to decide on one for this particular concept. It may be because I'm the one who designed it. It's a species of plant which I intended as a gift for my love, a clear conflict of interest, unfortunately. My names are always fair and logical and perfectly suited to the creation, but this time I'm not so sure. I do have a name for it, but what if it's not suitable? What if it's too personal? I thought of discussing the matter with my associates, but my dilemma is far too embarrassing. Would you ask if they think the name is appropriate in my stead? Don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to work without recompense. This is the creation, a yellow pansy, and the name I have in mind is Mythos. You're familiar, aren't you? Perfect timing. A pair of researchers are scheduled to arrive today from Amarod, and I need you to collect their concepts from them. We've completed assessments for the creations you see, and must make preparations to officially register the designs with the Bureau of the Architect. Please make sure to also ask for any provisional names they might have for their works. You're familiar, aren't you? Have you any prowess in battle? Good, I could use your help with something. You see, I was asked to assess a one-eyed giant created as a facility guard, and so put it against a lotus to test its fighting skills. Not only did the giant fall to a single blow, the lotus went into a frenzy and escaped. In my opinion, compact familiars like you are far more effective than these overly large brutes, and this is my chance to prove it. Fine, I'll help. Of course you'll be well rewarded for your efforts. Our experiment was conducted to the east, so that's as good a place as any to start looking for the lotus. Minotaurs, Minotaurs. Looking around at all these Minotaurs. A Cyclops. There it is. It would seem the escaped Lotus came back of its own accord. They usually feed off their foes to revitalize themselves, and I imagine it hungers after running amok like that. I'll take care of the situation here. The Lotus is all yours. Oi! Certainly made quick work of that Lotus. I had a feeling I could count on you. As for the giant, it's far too heavy for us to move. I'll arrange for some broad-backed creations to haul it away after we return to Oikos. Poitonoikos! Boy, that's a tongue twister. Say that 10 times fast. Poitonoikos, 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 Poitonoikos. Familiar? Can I help you with something? Oh, time to head back, is it? I was so enraptured watching the young ones frolic that I lost track of time. Come, everyone. We must really be going. Still want to play, do you? I guess we shall have to appeal to your bellies then. Would you like to try feeding them? They become much more compliant after eating some of these treats, and they're so adorable when they nibble. I forget what these are called. Isn't it fun watching them romp around? They really seem to like you. Do you work with young ones often? These babies are aquatic creatures by nature, but we're modifying them to adapt to life on land. They mostly eat marine insects and shellfish, and some of the larger carnivores feed off them in turn. They also carry their eggs on their backs until they're ready to hatch. Fascinating, aren't they? Oh, but that's not why you're here, is it? Really, I must head back. Do you need something? A flower? It's beautiful and it smells so lovely. Is it for me? Oh, you just want to know if the name is suitable, do you? Have you tried asking it Contissus Hyperborea? No one knows as much about naming as them. Here's a guidebook on the subject. Take it with you and let your master decide what to do from there. My master? I don't have a master. Ah, you're ready. You're here for my concept. Well, here it is in the flesh. I call it the stone mole. It secretes a fluid that eats through solid rock, giving it the ability to burrow into even the hardest terrain. And it's so cute, except you can hardly see it. can also toughen its skin by adjusting the rock which it has liquefied. Based upon those traits, I humbly request to be given a good, strong name. Stone Mole sounds perfectly adequate. I help you. Of course, you wish to collect my concept. It's this creature I have with me. It doesn't have a proper name as such, from what I hear. Oh, from what I hear, the observers have been calling it Noto 642, a nod to the island it resided on. Right, well, I'll trust you to put this in Meleagros' hands. Meleagros? Meleagros? What is it? What a pretty flower. You said it was called Mythos? A fine name. Many flowers are named with a special feeling in mind, so going by what you've told me, this one is in good company. The rocks in this area contain ores that can tell us about the environmental ether. We'll have to break them apart with the destructive magics to collect the necessary samples. You might find that difficult with your inherent limitations, but I have a little something to help with that. Here, use this concept crystal to shatter an outcrop of rock, then bring any ore fragments back to me. Start in the east, if you would. I'll start working elsewhere, and we can meet back here. Wall go boom. Oh no. Now we go turn them all back in. Beautiful in its simplicity. Thank you. Without your aid, I wouldn't have been able to properly observe how the introduction of Melanioi affected their habitat's ether. Keep track of the environment here to make any necessary adjustments. Any necessary adjustments to the Isle's ether. Where did it go? What did everyone think of the name? I see. Well, that is good to know. I won't be needing this guidebook, of course, as I can't very well ask myself for my thoughts. Or perhaps I should. It wouldn't hurt to have some confidence in the work I do, after all. As I created this flower, I thought of my beloved, an artist, and the stories she seeks to tell through her plays. My hope is that, much like a myth or legend, her work is told and retold down through the ages, hence mythos. I've decided. I'll keep the name and submit it to the Bureau of the Architect. Thank you for your help. I wish I could decide on characters and names and stuff like that with that much decisiveness. You've brought the concepts I asked for? Very good. And did you ask for the provisional names? The Stone Mole and Notos 642, and the mole's creator requested that it have a powerful sounding name? Some researchers do become quite attached to their creations, don't they? It may seem inconsequential, but the appropriate naming of concepts is of the utmost importance. Allow me to explain. Once it has been determined that a creation is beneficial to the star, we can proceed with registering the creator's design with the Bureau of the Architect. First, however, the approved concepts must receive their official names, and as a taxonomist, it is my task to bestow them. When naming, one must strive for elegance and simplicity, all the while taking care to adhere to existing conventions and avoid repetition. The more creations we name, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this high standard. It is a demanding job, to be certain, but one which I am proud to do. For as long as this purpose guides me, I will fill this world with the most marvelous appellations I can imagine. Please, take this in exchange for completing your errand. As I suspected, a smaller, more agile concept has far more facility for adapting to combat situations. Thank you for proving my theory. I'll be sure to keep your performance in mind the next time I design a familiar. Your reward, as promised. If you hadn't been sent to fetch me, I might have been out there for days. In any case, it's only a matter of time before our creations are approved for release into the wild. I wonder what name they'll receive. Thank you for all your help today. Here's thanks. Dun, 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 dun. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismini. She's the one who made arrangements for our stay in Ilpus, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Begin asking questions. Greetings, Ismini. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. Why can I not talk today, chat? The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she's a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Meteion, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and, unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Rin, I think we've taken enough of Ismini's time. Investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismini mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. Yes, I'm Timaeus, but please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. The following event cannot be skipped. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteion too is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechies? Dynamis and Entelechies? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling as Medium mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteion as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelechies which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and its familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. Our Voyager probe, if you will. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetua Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Still no? Good. This tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetua Crystalline, Perpetua, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? One sec, chat. The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galini shared with me. Galini is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteion heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Oh, that's Venat. Wait, is he who? Mistress Venat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Metron? I don't think so. If it was Metron, I'm pretty sure they would have like mentioned him by name or something. Right, would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galini? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metaposeos Thalassai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Venat. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. So, like, this is a thing that seems, like, really weird for a civilization. Logrif and Metron. Logrif is Gaia's Asian self. But, yeah, like, you have a people who it is very obvious, like, they don't die, and they don't appear to, like, age past a certain point, really, either. And, like, okay, once they complete their life's work or their life's purpose or what have you, they're expected to just go off and fade into the darkness, as it were. Like, the metaphor they keep using is return to the star, which basically means that I guess they will themselves out of existence. But, like, why? Why would you do that? Okay, you do all this work, but then there's so much to do and see and live. And if you've got all the time in the world, like, I don't know, why not make use of all of it? Just kind of wonder how this society decided that, like, ah, yes, after you're done, go die. And it's a beautiful thing. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galini in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I've opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metaposeos Thalassai. Galini will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. It's the balcony, chat. Or bridge? Balcony? Place? Mistress Venat, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out in the upper Skyway. Unhurried observer. Mistress Venat, I was not told to expect... We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galini, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galini, of course, I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. All of my children.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. freed from presumption and prejudice. I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
He released a whole bunch of birds into the night sky. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of research to others. which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Damn it. Side quests. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galini said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Once more, I am running out of inventory space. And before we go picking all these up, actually, I need to take a short little potty break. I will be right back, chat. Don't go nowhere. Just a couple minutes. Alright, chat. Gosh darn it. This chair is slightly obnoxious. What a sight! An Amplo sneezed and sent tusks of cloud mallow flying every which way. But while highly amusing, I'll never be able to gather them all up alone, unless you're willing to lend a hand. Thank you so much. Let's split up and start looking for them. Be on the lookout for fluffy white plants floating around Poiton Oikos, and bring any you find back here. Aren't you a sweet-looking familiar? Tell me, to whom do you belong? Oh, you're Azim's, are you? She is a goodly sort, wouldn't you say? Always appearing in times of trouble to extend a hand to those in need, and given that I am one such, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if I borrowed you for a bit. A lengthy debate was held in Ctissus Hyperborea regarding the evaluation of creations. Meticulous minutes were taken during said forum, which I would like you to fetch for me. A dear friend in Amarot asked for them, you see, and I plain forgot all about it. Now, if you'd be so kind, I will send word to the scrivener in charge and ask them to await your coming. Alright. Picking up somebody's notes. Rhodopus is harboring a great deal of worry for a colleague. Oh dear, I'm starting to worry more. It's my colleague, you see. We heard the sword screech from a Milanion, and he went rushing off to check what all the fuss was about. I was thinking of following after him, but, well, just look at me. You, however, appear well versed in combat and all such sanguinary escapades. Perhaps you might see if aught is amiss and ensure my coworker hasn't come to any harm? That's very kind of you to agree to such a request. The last I saw of him, he was racing for the southern end of Calamelios Sephiros. Do promise to hurry. Is there more? Ah, there is more. Okay. Priggish taxonomist. A name. I need a name for it. One that will stand the test of time as it passes through generation after generation. When you break it down, what's in a name, really? Oh, hello, I didn't see you there. You're a familiar, I take it? Very good, but whose, I wonder? Well, that's not important right now. You've years enough to listen to my plight. I'm tasked with a job of great import. Nomenclature. Currently, I find myself facing down a sort of creative blockage. Yes. You're my fellow. This is a creature who has not only survived the vicious wilds of the Hungry Gardens, but has thrived in them thanks to its ossified spines. Thus, it deserves a name befitting its rugged tenacity. Despite its singularly unique physical proportions, its creator never bothered to refer to it as anything besides its designation, Euros 310. I cannot abide so uninspired a name for a creation as remarkable like this. Therein lies the rub. For all its captivating qualities, I've yet to hit upon a captivating name. I was just on my way to take a turn about the grounds to stimulate the creative juices, so to speak, but seeing you, I realized 2 heads may be better than 1. So what do you say? Would you care to join me in my walk? Excellent. You, my quick-witted familiar friend, will be a boon indeed to my imagination. There's more cloud mallow I've got to find over here. I'll talk to them in a second. If you had a chance to change your fate... You're a familiar, aren't you? Then perhaps you might be able to help me. I received an appeal for assistance from a colleague of mine, but I'm up to my eyeballs in work as it is. Your benevolence does you credit. The researcher I spoke of has striking red hair and is likely lingering on the south side of Calamelios Sephiros. Epifron. Let's talk to EpiPen. Hope she's alright. Oh, I want to go after... This is a man? Woman? Person? Oh, I want to go after her, but what if she comes back while I'm away? Man. You must be familiar. Can you help me deliver a message? I have an associate who works much too hard. I want to tell her to take a break and join me for a nice, relaxing meal. I sent another familiar already, but it's failed to return. As an experimental entity, it is too simple to handle more than one order at a time, so it might be stuck attempting to fulfill my request. Would you mind checking on them both for me? I can give you a little something. Wonderful. Knowing my associate, she's probably dozing off somewhere around the trees to the north. You might need to poke her to wake her up. Oh, I guess this person's right here, so may as well. Did you find any of the plants? I did, as a matter of fact. Perfect, it's such a relief to have them back. A somewhat amateur creator invented the concept to bring more life into the clouds, which is all well and good, but they get blown away far too easily. It would be nice if they were a bit more wind resistant. We need to know they can settle in a place without fear of them flying off because some beast breathed on them too hard. Well, I'd better put them back where they belong before Light Breeze undoes all your hard work. Here, take this as thanks for your help. The observer's fast asleep. How long was I asleep? Epifron sent you, just to invite me to eat? Why send a familiar for something so trivial? Although, come to think of it, I could use a meal. Please let him know I'll be along soon. Wait, are you familiar as well? I thought you were one of us for a moment. Anyway, thank you for waking me. I suppose we'll be eating at our usual place. A nice cup of tea to start with sounds lovely. Well, do you not also need to report to FFXIV? To EpiPen? We will report to EpiPen in a moment. You're the familiar, then. Very good. Here are the records of the forum. Careful now. It's a sizable stack of volumes. Try not to drop any. Gosh darn it. Why? These are the documents I requested. My word, they must have been terribly heavy. The friend I spoke of is involved in the operation of Anamnesis Anider, a facility which houses myriad concepts, cogitations, and ideas. He felt that certain procedures, especially the ones concerning living creations, were lacking in information, thus he sought detailed records that he might fill in the blanks, so to speak. I believe you're owed a little reward for your help. I'll think over what to offer you while I pack my belongings for the journey ahead of me. Come see me at the entrance to Poitonoikos. I'm sure I'll have made up my mind by then. Oh, you're a familiar, are you? Once sent by Glyphira, no doubt. Well, thank goodness you're here. I confess I'm still in somewhat of a daze, but with you here I at least feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. Something came over the specimen I was examining, though I'm not entirely sure what. I'd never seen it behave so erratically before. At any rate, it managed to slip my grasp and escape. I tried to chase after it, but I'm not half so fleet-footed. To complicate matters, the thing has a very nervous temperament, and will flee if anyone so much as approaches it. I considered imbuing some sort of sleeping spell into a dart, which one might shoot from a height, but who has such impeccable aim? Not I, to be sure. Do you? Yes I do. You do? I admit the proposal was made somewhat in jest, but this works out perfectly, so it's settled. You shall put our skittish beast to bed. Leave it to me! Find yourself a vantage point from a rise southeast of here, and with this blow dart, bring the frenzied fiend under control again. Me? Oh, I will stay here and take a moment to collect myself. That was much too close for my liking. Your timing was truly immaculate. I was quite trapped and would have been gobbled up if not for your timely interference. It was the agitated cries of the Millennium which brought me here. When I arrived to see what inspired such howling, I discovered this fellow being set upon by that raging creature. I didn't hesitate to insert myself into the fray, of course. I should be fine, but it's the familiar for whom I'm most concerned. Could you make sure it's unharmed? Sniff, squeak. Sniff, sniff. The familiar appears free of any injuries, scrapes, or bruises, and has left behind a dazzling carrot, as if to say thank you. A relief to know they are not too severely injured. Oh my, what is that? You say the creature left it behind? Striking color for a carrot, wouldn't you say? Perhaps this was its way of showing its gratitude. What a thoughtful creature. And one I've never seen before. Whose familiar could it be, I wonder? I'll perform an investigation upon my return. Now then, shall we head back to Poitonoikos? I'm in a rather sorry state and would like to get cleaned up as soon as possible. Search for the rampaging creature. This little Ella fellow? Watching it rest its eyes, you might be convinced that this creature is placid and well-behaved. You would be wrong, and frankly, you should know better. Oh. Oops. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. The shaggy doggo returns. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Rin here over to that island? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. Speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveller out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Soon we fight. Soon fight we. Is not the sun-dappled forest floor a stunning sight? Is not the breeze so bracing as to lift the spirits? Is not the susurrus of the Melanio's whiskers so pleasant as to induce great thoughts? Surely, with all the inspiration that surrounds us, you've been stirred into contemplation too. Tell me, what is it you now focus so squarely upon? The innumerable tasks that sit waiting to be done. So, even familiars have their fair share of woes. Might I suggest you take this moment to relax then? Simply let the winds wash over you, the rustle of the leaves play in your ears, and just think. For a time, all you can hear is the breeze, like a calming whisper in your ears. All of a sudden, a groan invades your peace of mind. Created to survive in extreme weather conditions, whose adaptability is second to none. What would be a name suitable for such a creature? I can practically feel genius on the tip of my tongue, and yet nothing comes. Oh, bother, this won't do. Now, will it? I hate to ask, but would you accompany me a while longer? Come, let's away to a westerly waterfall. How dexterous you must be to hit a moving target with so small an object. Most impressive. Well, allow me to take that dozing specimen off your hands. Why, what a precious sight our little beast makes when it's not running amok. Shame it can't be this adorable all the time. This was, in fact, one amateur creator's answer to the walking shark that recently gained approval. A somewhat hasty and ill-advised attempt, if you ask me. Credit where credit is due, though. The specimen is bipedal, despite its base being that of a quadrupedal beast. Its predilection for being an excitable nuisance, however, means it cannot be of any real use to our star. What it needs is a healthy dose of intellect. I will write a report stating as much. While I do that, return to Glafira and tell her of the assistance you rendered. Oh, and offer her my gratitude, will you? I'll listen close. Can you hear it? A waterfall whose stream is at once ferocious and tender, whose spray kisses its surroundings in an affectionate pitter-patter? Inspiring indeed, and like to give rise to brilliance. Yes, there is no place more perfect for the cogitation of this creature's name. Come, stand with me and let us think on it. Euros 310 seems to be enjoying the misty spray from the falls. Euros 310's beady eyes appear to scan its surroundings. It is a creature that bears a strong resemblance to a plant, so perhaps Planticus? It's also a great deal similar to a succulent. Aha, I've got it! Succulum! Oh, goodness gracious, no, that's just foul. I'm afraid I'm quite at a loss for names beyond the paltry few I've offered. Perhaps you could provide a fresh perspective. What is it you find most endearing about this creation? Its sleek green skin. Oh, that did the trick. Your astute observational skills have stirred my imagination, for I've come up with a very worthy name. I must return to Poitonorkos at once and ensure that no other creation shares this nomenclature. You will not be too far behind, yes? You are due a suitable gift for the help you've provided, after all. Now we go turn everything in. And then it's off to fight Venat. To fight Venat. How very good it is to see you again, my friend, the one whom you plucked from the jaws of death itself, is seeking treatment for his wounds. I heard the entire tale, how a rabbit familiar was on the scene. Mistress Venat was said to be researching one such familiar, or that's the story anyway. Well, regardless of its origins, it sounded like a rather polite creature, as I was told it left behind a sort of gift. And I shan't be outdone by a bunny, charming though it truly is. Here you are, a present. Alright. Wait, what did you just give me? The Noodles of Elpis, a creamy, cheesy pasta dish topped off with a decadent bird of Elpis egg. I must say, I greatly enjoyed our time together. I believe nothing cultivates creativity quite like the sharing of ideas. So often I am forced to work alone, and though it pains me to admit this, it's not much fun to ponder in the silence of one's own company. In fact, I credit you for the name I devised. All that remains now is to go to Peripetia Crystalline, ensure that there is no record of any similarly named creation, and appoint Euros 310 with its official name. And should I hit another metaphorical roadblock, I shall remember to always ponder while perambulating. Thank you again for your help in this matter. There you are. I finished my packing, and as it so happens, I've hit upon a most commensurate gift. My favorite food, and freshly made, too. Try it, I'm sure you will love it. Farewell, familiar. Give my regards to Azam. Your bird's butt is in the way. Not anymore. There you are. Thank you for tidying up that bit of mess for me. Speaking of which, what was the mess? Thrilling game of Chase the Creation, was it? That conjures up a sorry image indeed. It sounds like the researcher was able to glean some valuable information. If all goes according to the reports made and sufficient intellect can be cultivated, then the specimen should prove a valuable contribution. Thank you for your help. My familiar says my associate has accepted my invitation. That is what happened, yes? Good. That means it can carry out its duties on a basic level, at least. I designed it to convey ideas through information-laden ether, rather than words, so I'm happy to see the communication was successful. It does seem, however, that this method is ineffective when the recipient of the message is asleep. I'll get to work on fixing that. But not now. Enjoying some time with my associate is the priority at the moment. Thank you again for your help. I seem to remember once upon a time somebody making a comment that the familiars that this person designed are, in fact, the elementals in Gridania. Not go easy on you. I don't expect you to.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Esteem.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
She's going Super Saiyan. Wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize there were, like, bigger ones. I'm probably gonna die.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
That's some attack, Venat. Ow!
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough. Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Glad to hear it. Shaggy doggo. August will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Matea made the departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow August to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Halfway through 88. August motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Off we go on a very relaxing ride on the back of a flying doggo. A flying golden doggo. Now, what was the name of that tree? Notophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. What, your doggo doesn't do soft landings?
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
And just like that, away we go!
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place, not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Cadysis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethoseletikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Cadysis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neos north of Poitanoikos. Side quests. Perks of being a lost flower. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me then. Blue-haired woman in the area. See, she and I are students of Academia Nida, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis. We got something back in Ananarissus, so she ran back. Rather not search for her myself. What if she comes back while I'm away? So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you would be so kind to look for her. Well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to... Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Azim's familiar. Oh, and I do like the name. Rin. But if you belong to Azim, then what has become of our visitor from Amarod? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. If you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. Should you choose to undertake this quest, alright. Can you spare a moment, familiar? I'd like to gauge my own familiar's capabilities against yours. See this one's big blue eyes? What? No, I don't see any blue. I see one that's got deep black abysses for eyes, and then the other ones are green. Oh, you're talking about that cat. Okay, I didn't see that cat. A race between the two of you. I've imbued Gumelia Gloom with the unique trace of ether. Whoever finds it first is the winner. I suppose it won't be much of a contest unless you can see the ether as well. So I'll lend you a crystal, which will allow you to detect its presence. Good. If the flower is nearby when you use it, the crystal will emit a brilliant light. The further you are from your prize, the less dazzling this glow will be. Let me know if you require further instruction, and I'll let the competition begin. The destination for this objective will not be displayed. It's a proximity thing, as I recall. Greetings, I'm a researcher from the Words of Mitron. I've dedicated my life to studying and creating aquatic life, but my main focus is the development of new shark species. My latest creation has completed its round of observation at Ananarissus and will be released after one final test. Hoping to consult with the taxonomist before the Bureau of the Architect. The same one who named my last shark, if I can. Spider Bradeos was such a marvelous name. It turns out it's rather difficult to track down a specific person in a place such as this. Thank you. Here, take this. It's a model of the previous creation I just mentioned. Rather unusual familiar, aren't you? I haven't seen your concept on file at the Bureau of the Architect, and I've never come across anything like you in all my years of research. Your Azim's familiar? Well, that certainly explains it. I'm even more intrigued now. Would you mind if I observed you for a time? I'll make it worth your while. Fantastic. I can hardly wait to get started, but not here. The study I'd like to conduct requires we relocate to the west a ways. Please come and join me when you're ready. Those are some low levels of ether you have there, even for a familiar. That must be awfully inconvenient. What say you assist me with an experiment that could help increase your reserves? I need one more ingredient before I can get started. If you could get your hands on a bit of slime from an Eidos in the forest, that would be a great help. They use illusory magics to mimic the shape of nearby creatures, so it'll be tricky to find one, but not impossible. Keep your eyes peeled for anything acting out of place. Once you think you've located an Eidos, use this crystallized concept to dispel the illusion. It should then be a relatively simple task to defeat the creature and obtain a nice heaping handful of gunk. Oh, but be warned, if you use the crystal on anything else, it tends to react violently. Should you make a mistake, there is no shame in beating a hasty retreat. You must be Azim's familiar. I had a favor to ask of the observers here, but seeing as they all seem awfully preoccupied, perhaps I can ask you instead. I'm experimenting with crossbreeding different types of plants. I was thrilled when I finally produced a whole new species, right up until the point where they rose up and floated away. Last I saw of them, they were headed toward the eastern side of the island. Can you help me recapture them? Sure. Use this etheric rope to capture, say, 4 of them, and I can hopefully handle the rest. You there, please, it is most urgent. A colleague of mine in Philomathus Notos has just sent word of a most disturbing nature. A blue Charybdis was practicing its flying, but became separated from its fellows. We are all of us searching far and wide, but could you look in the direction of Peripatea crystalline? Mention for heights. Bum ba dum bum. Ah yes, the Spueda Bradeus. I've heard of it before, but I'm afraid I don't know who named it. Okay, what about your quest? Excuse me, but you have a moment? I'm in search of a runaway creation and need an extra set of hands to assist in its apprehension. Been keeping such a close watch on the thing, and it had been so well behaved, I thought I could rest my eyes for a second. When I looked up, though, poof, gone, just like that. Please, won't you help me find it? Oh, thank you. I'll continue to search in this vicinity. Though it's likely the creature scampered off farther afield while I scare the area here, might you explore the eastern end of Rumination's Ramble? Oh yes, I should probably tell you about the creature we're looking for. We call it a Bryon, a seedkin that bears a passing resemblance to a moss bloom. Use this drying agent on it to drain the sodden sop. If it begins to rave at you or act in any way rampageous, subdue it and capture it. Heracles. The chicken. Perfect, a familiar. I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird, and it's giving us some trouble. It won't move or react at all, no matter what anyone does to it. Could you maybe give it a try? I bet I can get a reaction. I certainly hope so, and I've got something for you if you succeed. We have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question, and he can help you with the particulars. You'll find them by the towering structure northwest of here. So being lost flower and an expected guest. Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I am Cleon, recently arrived from Amarot. I assume Myra sent you to fetch me. I see. Well, we'd best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. It's another one of our plant friends. Is there any more near here? Ah, there we are. That's the last one. We can mark that one off too. And then there's the Brionne for the other quest. The nice thing about Elpis is most of the side quests are kind of bunched up all in one place, which... it takes a little less time to do them all. Suspicious Minotaur. This? Okay. Abyssus. You were sent to help us get this fellow's attention, yes? Then let's get you two acquainted. This here is an Abyssus, so named for the way it seems to just stare off into the abyss. One of our colleagues found it perched on a Melanion's antler and brought it in for closer study. That's everything we know. We have no idea where it came from, who made it, or even what it really is. We'll be taking it to Catissus Hyperborea eventually, but we want to get some notes on it first, namely on how it reacts to external stimuli. The Abyssus has yet to acknowledge any of us, but maybe you can get a reaction out of it, seeing as you're familiar. Why don't you try giving it a pet? Hmm? The Abyssus doesn't seem to notice you touching it and continues to stare. Lost in a meditative trance. How about giving it a poke? Doesn't acknowledge your prodding. I'm all out of ideas unless you want to try giving it a hug? For a brief moment, you could have sworn the Abyssus glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Still nothing. Too bad, really. I think it moved. What did it do? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abyssus only responds to signs of affection. As such, I'll need you to help us experiment a bit more. We'll run dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. No. No, I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Still, I'm thrilled we got a reaction out of him. Thank you, and please give Pericles my regards when you go to collect your reward. You must first defeat the enemy. What? What enemy? Okay, battle music over. Some Orpheus songflowers. They're pretty blooms, light blue in color, and they emit these, well, bubbles, which enthrall any overly curious creatures. Another one of these quests. You touch the flower. It doesn't seem to affect you. No reaction. Interesting. Let's try a more powerful one, shall we? Nope, that's not what we want, because we want to go to the flower. You touch the flower. You don't feel any different. Still nothing? Let's see how you fare against an exceptionally large one. Incredible. Even a flower of this size has no effect on you whatsoever. I thought for sure you would be enthralled. Considering the sparse nature of your ether, it simply doesn't make sense. Azay must possess some mastery which eludes me. In any case, that ends our experiment. I'll dissolve these blooms and meet you back at Poitonoikos. Dropkin. Ah, Spudibrodeus. Of course I know it. I named it after all. Its creator was calling it a Cladosludge. But I decided to go with something more closely tied to its distinct way of moving. I wanted to really capture the image of it rushing forward with its tiny steps, somehow swift and slow at once. In case you were curious, the name comes from a proverb meaning more haste, less speed. If the creator wishes me to name her newest creation, I would of course be honored to do so. It's an honorific, you say. I look forward to seeing it soon. Bum 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 bum. Now that you've captured the injured Cribus, return to Poitonoikos and deliver your winged captive to the frazzled researcher. Alright. And then we can't just jump down for some reason. And there's, yeah, so we have to go back the way we came. It's over here. Suspicious Pegasus. Gloop. Can I help you? Oh, wait. Do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. What was that? Woman asked you to come and find me. That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I'd hoped to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. Don't you worry about me. I'll be just fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter. I know. You sure you'll be alright? Oh, bother, maybe not. Well, I could probably find my way eventually, but there's no sense in trying to go it alone, I suppose. Would be so kind as to guide me back to my friend. Okay. Now we have to guide this person all the way to the teleporter. I don't like doing escort, but we gotta. So it's okay, I guess. I'm a man, but I can change if I have to, I guess. Sorry, that just reminded me of old TV show I used to watch. Say old. Well, yeah, I mean, it aired in the 90s. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Porto Noikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I really should hurry. She is owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I would like to thank you properly. That's all of them. Now we just have to spend the next 20 years turning them in. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Mitron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying at the words of Mitron in Academia Anadur, learning all we can about the engineering of aquatic life from that selfsame master. Honestly, though, I have no idea why Mitron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with ichthyology? Well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present, one meant for Logrif. Mitron is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. We do? This is certainly news to me, though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I've wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Mitron before it wilts. Ah, but before we rush off, a reward. You certainly deserve it. In my neck of the woods, I'm sorry to report. I got it. It's right here. You found it, and just as I suspected, thrashing about in ruminations ramble. Naughty thing, so you had to subdue it, I take it. Goodness, it certainly put you through the mill. Did it? It wasn't all that hard. The Bryon has a remarkable ability to predict precipitation and rainfall. If you see it shaking its leaves, you know the rain's on its way. That's why we created it in the first place, to provide those in the wetlands a method by which they might prepare for sudden storms. Unfortunately, as we've discovered, it becomes absolutely enormous when exposed to liquid in large quantities. At any rate, thank you for locating this little rascal, or rather large rascal as the case may be. I know not whose familiar you are, but you were a tremendous help. So that you are on your way back and hasten to return as well. Great relief indeed. It's rather impressive it hasn't suffered any truly grievous injuries, and more impressive still that it was able to fly as far as Peripatea Crystalline. It had only begun to practice the art of flight recently, as I understand it. Who would have thought it could cross such a distance with wings still so inexperienced? No doubt credit for this ought to go to Emmett Selk and his helpful instruction. Well, I, for one, cannot wait to see the Charybdis take to the skies from its perch. At any rate, I will see this creature return to Ananarisis at once. Though it isn't much, considering the services you've rendered. I hope it's not too lowly a prize for you. I work for peanuts. all of the peanuts. Every of the peanuts forever. Did you catch the plants? I did. Thank goodness for that, though I'd expect no less from Azim's familiar. I rounded up my half as well, which means they're all back safe and sound. They're part Igriant, you see. It's no surprise they inherited the eyes, but having them wander off on their own was rather unexpected. To tell the truth, I never really had a specific use in mind for them. I suppose I'd best start thinking about that. The Bureau of the Architect won't be impressed with my new creation unless it serves a purpose. With that in mind, I believe there's research to be done. Thank you for your help, and do pass on my regards to Azim. Dairy dish created through a special Charlian fermentation process passed down for generations. Well, it's not really Charlian if I'm getting it in Elpis, now is it? Only every familiar were as useful as you. All the other ingredients are in order: hippogriff brain, a monoceros horn, and ophion entrails. The concoction will supplement any natural deficiencies, relying on the chameleonic properties of the slime to generate ether compatible with your existing etheric signature. Clever, yes? I've just remembered I have something very far away to do. I meant to be of service, but it seems I've kept you from your other duties instead. My deepest apologies. Perhaps you can come back for the potion, but in the meantime, take this for your troubles. You have so little ether, yet something keeps you resistant to outside influence. Your physical constitution, perhaps? Promised you a reward, didn't I? Here you go. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some data analysis and concept planning to do. Any luck finding my taxonomist? He's willing to give the new one a name too? That is wonderful news. More legs for a total of 8, so we can move even more quickly overland. With that taken care of, I need to hurry back to Ananarissus. But before I go, here. We've almost got them all turned in. Almost! That was perfectly timed. Rin, thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. I'm certainly glad that she was. Now shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now, if you like. I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us. What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together whenever you are ready. That is... yeah, so we have one each left. We'll be back for this quest in just a second. Go find the person to turn this into. That was certainly quick. Did you really find the bloom already? I did! Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, Rin, shall we? Certainly. Now, what was the name of your creation again? The Batrakoi, a delightfully roly-poly pudding of a thing. Ah yes, the one over at Rumination's Ramble. My brother, Alcaeus, is in charge of tending to it. Right this way, if you please. Ah yes, I remember now. these two. You must be Rin. Mara has told me so much about you in an impressively short span of time. As you've likely already deduced, I am her brother, Alkeos. You are Cleon, yes? The architect of this Batrakhoi, as you call them? Yes, I am. You think them ready for release? I would so love to see their endearing, rotund forms bouncing around free in the wild. I've completed my report for the main evaluation criteria. The final decision will be made after a committee discusses the results, but based upon my personal observations, no, they are not ready. No, and might I ask why? Would you be so kind as to give this Batrakhoi a solid poke? The creature's lack of familiarity with you will help prove my point. Is it that it doesn't respond? No response to external stimuli. The creature is far too placid. What was the concept behind the Batrakhoi? A defender of water sources? In its current incarnation, it has neither the instincts nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off entities intent upon fouling the waterways. I cannot in good conscience certify a subject so poorly equipped to carry out its intended purpose. In fact, I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. Thank you for your candor. I was so invested in this darling ball of pudgy flesh. Such a pity. Rin, as Azim's familiar, you must have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants. Without altering its physical form, what do you think the Batrakhoi could do to become a more effective guardian? It could use its tongue to grapple opponents. Brilliant, what an innovative mind you have. Yes, that may suffice. The introduction of an effective offensive measure could very well tip the scales towards a favorable judgment. Truly, then I shall modify my concept at once. May I bind this one and take him home with me? Once I've finished making the necessary adjustments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course, you are free to do as you wish. I will make a note of it in my logs. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you for your creative assistance. I knew bringing you along would be a good idea. Why, I almost wish I could have you as my own familiar. It's a shame Azim hasn't published your concept for the world to see. But seeing as you're here now, would you mind lending me your talents a while longer? There's one other creation of mine that I feel may benefit from your unique perspective. You've chosen to stay then? Wonderful. I realize we've only just met, but I feel such a bond with you, Rin. There's one more concept I need to finalize, and I could think of no other entity I would rather have at my side during these ever so worrisome evaluations. You have my Io somewhere nearby. Io? My Io somewhere nearby, don't you, Alkeos? Yes. Mara keeps that one under her watchful eye, but I know the spot where it usually roams. Come along, we need to cross the stream here. How odd. This is where it usually spends the greater part of its days. Yes, she never strays far from this spot. Perhaps the scent of unfamiliar visitors has made her wary? Let's split up and try to find her, her being a shaggy, four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. You find a shaggy, four-legged beast, and the horns really are rather majestic. This must be the Io. Ah, Ah, there she is, the naughty thing. Nicely tracked, Rin. Hello, my lovely. Come to Mera now. Well, would you look at that? I think she's taken a liking to you. And I see that Cleon has a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier the better. The Io is one of my favorites, round and robust, and bristling with spiky protrusions, a truly powerful beast. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? Ah, she's certainly an imposing specimen. Its physical strength is readily apparent, yes, but more than muscle is needed to dominate a territory. The creature's field of vision is obscured by that mass of wiry hair and curling horns, preventing effective use of its natural weaponry. In the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey in a consistent manner culminates in a slow death by starvation. It is our recommendation that you redesign the Io as a grass grazer and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock. Unsurprisingly, the Io here is susceptible to nutritional deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements. As you appear to have gained its trust, would you mind doing the honors? You needn't convince it to eat anything, simply splash the creature with this solution. Ah! There we go. Thank you for tending to my creation. My Io would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I did so dearly want her to become an apex predator. Oh, maybe there's still hope. You have an eye for these things. Could you offer any more of your insightful suggestions? Please, Rin, I've need of your worldly experience. My Io, my darling, her hulking Io, she was meant for more than grazing in the fields. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? On closer inspection, you can't shake the feeling that you've fought similar beasts before. Such magnificent horns, rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. And I should know. I've got a pretty magnificent pair myself. The Io's monstrous claws seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. Even with the Io's limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones, but for true dominance, the beast will need something more, something overwhelming. What say you? How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? An apex predator should wield apex magics. Yes, deceptively simple, but devastatingly effective. I can already picture it. Alkeos Mera, will you permit me to implement some new ideas? Rin has given me much to think about. Strictly speaking, any significant adjustments should be authorized by the Bureau of the Architect, but I think we can allow some temporary modifications for the purposes of experimentation. That sounds more than fair, thank you. If you could spare a few more moments, I shall take my creation and return with a new and improved Io. Cleon has been gone for more than a few moments. How extensive could these changes of his possibly be? It is done. And there it is. The behemoth. Cleon, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? Rin's device began the process, and then it became difficult to stop. After pruning back the horns and hair, I reinforced the talons, then moved on to arcane ability. She can now cast Meteor as well as Charybdis. Surely now my Io stands at the pinnacle of predators. In all my time as an observer, I have seen many a creation, but this concept ranks in the highest echelons. The strength inherent in your Io is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. But why? Why would you want to design an apex predator? Wonderful, then I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once, but I think perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. And I know just the familiar to bestow it. Rin, have you a fitting title for this glorious creature? Behemoth seems apt. Ah, perfect. So it shall be known, at least for now. I still need to submit the official registration. Now the time has come for me to return to Amarat. I've decided that my next creation will be more of a companion, a pet, if you will, suitable for the amusement of children and very clever familiars. Thank you all again for this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon you again soon. We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Well, brother, Rin, shall we head back to Poitonoikos? What a wonderful help you were with our visitor, Rin. Even for a familiar of Azem, I cannot help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I wholeheartedly agree. Your intervention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Oh, Alkeos, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Thank you again, Ren. While I'm sure your duties as a familiar keep you occupied, we would very much welcome another chance to share your company. Bum bum ba-da-dum. Methods of mourning. Tell me, Ren, have you seen much of Anaryssus? Oh, so you've met Overseer Socles, then. He sent my brother a request for aid, and we were just on our way to render our assistance. You're welcome to come along if you like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies ahead. Come along, we mustn't keep the Overseer waiting. Summons from you can only mean one thing. There's been an incident? Yes, the Lycaons went into a frenzy, and more than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. We began the sending rites, of course, but the task is burdensome for so few, thus did I hope to secure your particular expertise. Oh, you wouldn't be aware of the practice, would you, Rin? Here in Elpis, we expedite the ethereal dissipation of the deceased by employing time magics. The decay of the corporeal remains is accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. As you may have guessed, the manipulation of time is Alkeos' specialty. Whenever some unexpected event results in the mass loss of creations, it is him to whom they turn. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We've prepared a site to the southwest, so if you'll follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in short order. This is them, the occupants which fell victim to the Lycaons. They were still being evaluated, yes, the poor things. They barely had a chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land. We will ensure that their existence was not in vain. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before? Tell me, how do you express yourself at these times? By making a grave or cairn for the deceased. A physical reminder of the life that was. An interesting sentiment, but if we practiced such a custom in Elpis, we would eventually run out of places to put them. I do like the idea of a tangible offering, though, like a final gift for a friend. What about something organic which would decompose alongside the remains, say a bouquet of flowers? Come with me, Rin. You can help me gather something suitable. I think we just successfully avoided an ontological paradox, chat. I've made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of ether tend to sprout with more life and color when you grow them in the soil. Pick yourself a handful and we'll take them back to the Overseer. Oh, I'll be just fine by myself, but it's sweet of you to worry. I'll pick a few more of these Crinoi, then join you in a little while. Mara's creations were acceptable, I trust? My apologies, I may have gotten a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Mara. Your effort is much appreciated. Chaos, if you would be so kind. Vessels within which life once flowed, cheated of purpose, stilled and cold, under the land you now return, the fuel upon which new life shall burn. See, Hermes just needs different friends. He keeps talking about how, like, these things, they died, it's horrible, and it's not beautiful, and all this other stuff, and, like, yet here we are performing a ceremony which is counter to his entire argument. It was a beautiful service. I like to think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Not to mention, like, they didn't revert them back to, like, ether or whatever. They made them decompose and they just accelerated it. The flowers were the perfect addition. How fortunate we are to have this knowledgeable familiar in our midst. We must return and commit this event to parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. A potential shift in our traditions is a historical moment worth recording. Thank you again, Alkeos. We are ever grateful for your calming presence. And our thanks to you, Mara and Rin, not only for attending, but also elevating the proceedings. Yes, you've contributed more than enough. Allow us to take care of the tedious administrative details. We hope to see you again soon, Rin. It's time we were headed back ourselves, dear sister. As you say, please, Rin, join us back in Poiton Okos. Actually, teleport. What a fortuitous turn of events that you were present when we received the summons to Ananorissus. As time marches on, we encounter fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences, yet ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. I suppose we should expect nothing less from one of Azim's creations. And now we have these precious new ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. Speaking of which, we really must be returning to our work. Be well, Rin, and thank you. May our purposes, or simply our paths, align again in the future. Of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Yes, proceed! Venat. Ah, good. The news acknowledges you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Caduceus Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. To the northwest. Interesting building. Okay, you can't jump off there. Even though the game makes it look like you can. Leave us alone. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we've just discovered. I don't know who talked. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Also saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hitler's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. Inconceivable! The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believe your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. I just noticed this back here. I wonder if that's a conscious decision. Like, weird random thought, but like this looks very similar to the Garlemald emblem. So I wonder if that's where Emmett Selk got it, or pulled it from, rather. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next isle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. We're getting there. We're getting close. Getting close. This appears to be the teleporter to Mesopsis Euros. Yes, let's go. Oh, it's right here. They are close by, within the Hungry Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Rin, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Rin can handle them. She did survive a bout with Venat, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. All of a sudden I got something stuck on my throat. These things, oh. I don't like these things. I don't like them at all. Alright. Hermes. Oh, Hermes. Oh, there's another thing. Riotous Medusa? Hermes. Where is he? My poor chocobo. Oh gosh. Alright. Esteem, I summon thee. Ugh. Alright. Are we just like trying to go through the garden? Ugh. Or are we just actually... Okay. Because I don't see him, so I guess we're just trying to move through it. Because we keep running into stuff the deeper we go. Let's not fight you. This is leaving the quest area, though, so... Why? Why, game? I just killed a bunch of these. Why? Tell me why. Tell me why. Esteem. Oh gosh. Nope, nope, nope. None of that. None of that, please. I don't see the man anywhere. Oh, that's what that chain noise was earlier. I thought somebody was like activating something earlier when they went away. I am so confused, chat. I'm keeping an eye out for Hermes. And you would think, amongst a bunch of, bulbous what's-it, I'd be able to make out something human-shaped. Ah. That's why. He was behind a rock. Gosh darn you, Hermes. Rin, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Yeah, I know, I just killed a bunch of horrific monstrosities from beyond the void on my way in. Okay. But no more random spawning marbles. As we explore, we just have to ignore the ones that we can see. Thank goodness. Back to here we go. To talk to Hythlodaeus. You spoke with Hermes, then, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well. I see, or should I say smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet-Selk who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Are we... I think we're here. Maybe not quite yet.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes.
Indeed so.
That we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter. On the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
What do we do?
You, Venat. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
Indeed.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Ah. We are here.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Let's go find our sweet little cinnamon bun bird girl. Suspicious disturbance. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Meteon! Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh, no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Oh, come on. Just give me an access point up the cliff. Don't think this is the right one. There's probably another one over off to the side. Failed to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Yeah. Oh, maybe? Emmett's right over there. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper. Nope, not this one either. There's another one over here. Are there any more within range? Not that I can see. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Anguished voice drifts away to the south. Compelling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Theris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Rin, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Hermes? Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? How Emet-Selch solidified your presence when first we met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Rin will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she's made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leth. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Ren and Emet-Selch will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emet-Selch and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Anything? Oh, waiting for a bar to film. Failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way. We try another route then. Keeping our eyes peeled. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Someone! Welcome in! Just running from spot to spot was so annoying. I'd still take this over the Moogles. Hide? Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Hold on a moment. Check something here real quick. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Well, I don't want that. Here in the middle. Not here. I'm not here, please. Right there. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. Rin? What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Oh wait, we don't want the motorcycle because Emmett is following us. Is this news not news? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. Why is it a point of interest then? There, I see her. We're getting close, chat. So very close.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all... dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Mission. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
Bro, they literally just got through telling you, what if the question's wrong?
You fool!
Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has headed to Qwestley. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Venat, Rin? It's clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Qwestley Hyperborea we go. Venat. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Qwestley? Excuse me, chap. Something at the back of my throat. Mistress Venat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Qwestley put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately. We've yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail, exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Qwestley scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You are fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Azem, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Immetsel, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You love potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Eh? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Except we're not going in with any of them, but... Your tale led us herein, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Alright. Into Qwestley we go. This should be a relatively short queue. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao will appear.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
These two with the sides. Stupid hitboxes. Okay, I have no memory of this dungeon whatsoever. Ah, okay. That's right. The footprints in the snow. This boss just really does not like to be tanked. In the sense that he keeps moving.
I cannot let you take Mission. Not yet.
Welcome in. Winged Defiance. Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing wind, pierce my foe! Stars on high, all is rage!
Ouch. Yeah, that wasn't... I didn't do that so well.
Surge is one! Tossing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, all is rage! Even when I transform, I am not finished yet.
We did it. Ah, Hermes.
It's over.
Poor Hermes.
In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
You're not gonna like the answer.
Did our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish,
Evil bird.
I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, it does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right?
And
Let us settle this with a determination.
An eternal question.
In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
It's Fortuno.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and hither days. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated at the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
Ah, you fools.
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. As always, Emmett Selk.
But how? I thought the confluence was over.
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it, the legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What became of the others, I wonder.
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
This is another thing that I don't quite get. It's like, okay, so you escaped. Your memory's intact. Leave Hermes out of it. And tell Emmett and Ithildeus later. Like, hey, this is the reason why this is happening.
Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venat and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venat was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for one. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venat about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more Interlecies. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Matea would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Rin, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emetzelk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylion. Rest of the map. Ah. We do need that bit up at the top. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venat, several cutscenes will play. Goodness. Apparently food just fills my throat with junk. Or something. I don't know.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
This is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. Be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
And back we go. Back to our world.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Drags us under.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old. The days when the star was a font of love, and we knew no but bliss.
Master Skywalker, what do we do?
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Love that line. Such a good line.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Yeah. It's because you know context for things. Okay, let's see. Report to Cryle. Rin, impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were often the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Though you and Cryle both have news to share, hers is perhaps the more urgent. Last chapter of Endwalker. Yeah, like I said, we're making pretty good time, it feels like. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Yep, I know what's behind it. I know what causes it. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alfino have been travelling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amunas is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Foshno to the people of Radzatan. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Harnish refugees to the tower, Alfino, Alize, Estinian, and Graha travelled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Foshno. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make up before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Rin. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully, Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Rin, and not a moment too soon. The skies of Regalamald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I'd have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing for the Magna Glacius, several cutscenes will play in sequence. We just got through several cutscenes in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Yes, yes, yes. Earlier on the Magna Glacius.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same you who fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
It is very obvious you have never been amongst panicked people.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
who can stand, come with me!
You're going to be all right.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now. Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
I can't move the buttons around. Oh. Woo. Hello.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
It's Eula's.
Wait, that's... Eulus and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once.
That is a very long distance. There's no way he heard you.
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Estinian smirk.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
You know who.
To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
I've had quite enough of this rabble. Come on! Now, Alize. Savior. Player combo. Okay. Ah, yes. I love this battle. Hit 3 over and over again until it's all gone. So I suppose that's any MMO, really. Push button until thing go away.
I'm fine.
Not today.
I'm not done yet.
This is a really long combo.
None to worry about. The air
crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout spare play. On guard.
We got him. Next up.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Big boss man Rahatia. Doing what he do.
Together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less.
Oh yes, that's the important part.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Yeah, but it's what I do best. With my big frickin' sword. And my combat stilettos. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
She said the line, chat. Alright, finally.
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Esteem, I summon you.
just the beginning.
Yeah, it's dead. None of that.
I had a feeling I'd find you.
A feeling, Estinian.
With me!
Okay, can't stun them. Wave of loathing. Ooh. Easy peasy. Super duper easy peasy.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
I thought we were here to send them to the teleporter. Why are we suddenly, like, taking them somewhere else?
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
So we don't hate you, man. We just disagree.
Behind you! Just there!
Jeez. Xenos.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
What do you want?
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern.
You're crazy, man. So crazy.
On the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
What bloodlust? Xenos!
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
I don't know. He spends so long chasing after this thing that he thinks he sees, and just the fact that we never have the option to be like, Xenos! There's nothing what you're seeing. Go away.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Yep, that's all he cares about.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard! For your own sake, Ulyss, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
Good man.
Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
I kind of wonder if they're building Eolus up to be like our Garlean scion.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dear.
Whoops.
You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
And then the game doesn't make good on that threat, and it kind of ticks me off.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
To see Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. I'm back, baby!
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
Jeez, man.
Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, it wasn't just the first, Raha. We went back in time.
Did you hear something just now?
Uh-oh. Its son's mortal nemesis.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Oh, no, there's more than one.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. "'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
I could say the same thing about your shorts, Alice.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments."
Why?
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Uriange's inferior works no more.
Like, how do you know what pudding is?
Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydalin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
I dare say Master Forge knows as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydalin's lunar custodians, as he will soon discover they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostrum. More side quests. Fine. For the love of pudding. You're with the students of Baldessian, aren't you? Please, I need your help. As you may recall, some cute, chatty little rabbits were here with your people the other day. Well, one of them, a fellow named Puddingway, later came asking for pudding. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money for it. Instead of paying, the boss suggested having him help around the place. The problem is, he doesn't seem to understand how things work. It must be different where they come from. Anyway, if you have a moment, do you think you could accompany... Do you think could you accompany Puddingway on his errand? I think that's written backwards. I mean, it still technically makes sense, but I think that's written backwards. It's nothing complicated, just collecting the items on this list. Oh, if it isn't Rin, you've come at the perfect time to lend an ear to my woes. Ever since Urianger told me about it, it has been my dream to taste the pudding of this star. Alas, that dream has been dashed. My quest for gastronomic pleasure thwarted, and by what? Something silly called Gil. I had heard about this Gil before coming here, but who would have thought? I needed to eat pudding, and so my heart's desire must forever go unfulfilled. Truly, I get to eat pudding, and all I need to do is fetch these things with you? I'll do it. For the love of Heidelin, I'll do it. That's a metal mold, some Delmont fellow's cookbook, and a bottle of Yakao milk that we need. Yes, let's hop to it. Okay, they just get faster. On the last stand, are you? Or did they be sending someone? Here's the Yakka milk. Thank you. I can't wait for it to become delicious pudding. Ah, so that's what it's for. The milk's freshly squeezed, so I dare say it'll make a fine treat. Why, yes, I dare say it will too. Dare say. I dare say. Dare say. Jajapoo. A metal mold, something suitable for the making of delicious pudding. I do, as a matter of fact. This is for the last stand, I take it. I'll go ahead and put it on your account. Thanks for your custom. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. You are Rin Maha, are you not? I've been looking for you. I'm an adventurer too, and I've been tasked with delivering this letter and box to you, though I can't say who sent them. Rest assured that my client means you no ill. My work is done, so I'll leave you to it, but I suggest you start by reading the letter. Dear Rin, there is a gift for you in the box, if you can open it. To do so, you must acquire 3 keys, the keepers of which are somewhere in Charlian. Solve the following riddles to find them, and do try to have fun. This is a game, after all. Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze, by young minds inquiring, in new trails blazed. Yet the mind is a muscle, and rest it doth grow, so let all embrace slumber, the better to know. By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait, clutching a prize, his hunger to sate. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Blessed by the nymphi, a keeper doth stand, enthralled in a tale, a book in his hand. Yet evocative his letters on parchment may be, 'tis words said and heard which impel destiny. Alright, we gotta get the last item for Puddingway here. Copy of the Delmont's Cook. I think this is the cookbook we're looking for. The note says it's already checked out for us, so all we need to do is grab it and bring it back. How did it go? Were you able to obtain everything? We were indeed. Not just any pudding either, but the famous rainbow pudding, born of the brilliant culinary mind of the legendary Master Delmont. This little one has wanted to try pudding so badly, it's only right that we serve him the very best. As for your good self, this isn't much, but please accept this as payment for your troubles. At long last, the pudding of this star. I can already taste it. So much better than Uriange's lackluster offerings. How would you know? Have you had different pudding? So, why are his eyes so glassy? Thank you ever so much. Because of you, not only do I get to eat pudding, I've learned a thing or two about their making to boot. Surely as my name is Puddingway, I'll endeavor to learn as much about this toothsome treat as I can. I feel like that's a glitch or something. I don't know. Graphical error. Towards wisdom aspiring. I'm assuming that's around the studium. By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait, clutching a prize his hunger to sate, yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued. Mention of which is never thought rude. Blessed by the nymphi, a keeper doth stand, enthralled in a tale, a book in his hand. So there's a place called the Nymphaeum. So blessed by the Nymphi. Solve the riddle. Of all our master's pupils, your comrade is the least poetic by far, but that's never stopped him from trying to woo the ladies with song. He truly is hopeless. Still, it's good to see him hale and whole. From what master tells us, he's been through a lot. The next time you see him, do pass along my regards, and here, of course, is your key. Alright, so we got that one. The other one, I think, is at the studium. Where are you? Oh, yeah, I remember this thing. Let's see. Oh, it's not an emote, it's a... Again, how? Okay, and then we need the last one. Oh, okay. We were in the right place, we just weren't doing the right thing. Okay, so Sleepy Student. This one requires an emote, and we do the doze emote. This one, the instructions are a little better. Waiting for you. Here, my master bade me give you this key. To go so far as to disguise myself as a woman. It shows how much he wanted to meet you in person. Anyway, I've played my part, so I'll return to my training. Enjoy the rest of the game. Alright, now we come back to the lockbox. We have all the keys. Dear Rin, allow me to congratulate you for solving the riddles. As promised, the gift is yours to take. A long time ago, Master Louis Soir left a little troublemaker in my care. At his behest, I taught the boy everything I knew in the ways of survival and infiltration. After years away from these shores, the boy has returned a man. By the set of his face alone, 'tis plain he's matured greatly. A product of his time with the Scions, I do not doubt. I thank you for being there for him, and ask that you continue to do so. Lastly, I ask that you forgive me for not saying this directly. In spite of myself, I've never been good at expressing heartfelt sentiments in person. Hence this letter. The manner of its delivery, at the very least, I wish to make interesting, and I hope you derived some enjoyment from it. And we don't know who wrote the letter, or at least it doesn't say. I think we're supposed to gather from context, like, who it is. Either that or it's a callback to 1.0. Maybe. I didn't play 1.0, so I don't know. Not that I'm complaining, Riange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetherius, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryal tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heideland's Elpis flower lead? Well, to Elpis. The look of shock on everyone in the room. Oh, come on. Group shock moment. Fine. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteion. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetherius. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetherius, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? The Venat I know would never give up. That's my impression too, otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of our involved and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. And Father was able to persuade them. Maybe. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Dun, 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 dun. The forum is in session, and as such the rostra is closed to visitors. Well, we're not visitors. Scion of the Seventh Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Well, then why'd you let us in the last time with them? Like, I'm pretty sure I had my spear. Also, what forum in session?
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
That's some shot.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well.
How quickly you lot change your tune.
As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
It's going to come down to a tie. I can't remember.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. As the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to move towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether Burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Ether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Okay. That's level 90. We'll switch back to this for now. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Ether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Dun dun dun. Since we are going back down to Labyrinthos, had to find it real quick. It's like right in front of me, staring me in the face. But we do have some side quests that we didn't get to last time, so we can do those. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. Ophaline. Okay, we need to go down to the medial circuit anyway, so... I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Muriel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I have been meaning to... No, never mind, it can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. And it's down here. So we gotta pass by where we're going anyway. So... might choose some time to spare for an old researcher, lass. Physical labor doesn't come to me as easily as it once did, and I'm in search of someone a bit more spry. The task is a simple one, rest assured. You need only plant these experimental seeds in the nearby fields. No special skills are required of you. If you've planted one seed, you've planted most of them. Greetings. You seem eager to give a small portion of your time up in the name of progress. All I require is help with a simple delivery. Expecting someone from the dairy farm to come pick up this batch. Oh, dearie me. My sweetest shackles, one of the Archeon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Noelle Tia, an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has escaped. Young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? My thanks. I will continue my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you've had a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon to report your findings. If I'm not mistaken, you have the steely eyes of an adventurer, one who looks death in the eye and does not flinch. Just so happens that I require a sample of rare earth, but it can only be found in a location rife with vicious plants and gods knows what else. I would give you a hefty sack of coin if you could retrieve it for me. If you're willing, pray make your way to Troglophiles Deep and gather for me 3 samples of brown mud. The darker the better, I say. I suggest sharpening your weapons beforehand, but I won't tell you how to do your job. Madam, I say madam, I seem to be in a bit of a bind, and I was wondering if you might lend your aid to remedy the plight of a struggling student. Of course, introductions. I am Pablois from the Studium, where my research involves the finer points of bacteria and fungi. I'm here to harvest mushrooms from Labyrinthos for my experiments, but I'm afraid I may be in over my head. You see, the mushrooms are located in the 33rd facet, but that shaft is positively swarming with things I can scarce stand to look at, let alone face in combat. It isn't uncommon for members of the Studium to request help from the more martially inclined, and so here I am before you. Will you procure the mushrooms for me? I would be forever in your debt. Oh, thank you, good madam. Well, then, the sample number for my plot is 316. The mushrooms stand out among the others, with red caps in a distinctive triangle shape. Just in case, however, I do have this illustration. I understand all too well the impulse to become lost gazing at the fungi. Perhaps this will help keep you on track. If you find the sheer variety of mushrooms to be overwhelming, then simply consult the picture and it should put you back on track. Back on track. All the way over there. Good grief. Slightly flushed, are you? Good. I take it that means you've planted the seeds. You have my thanks. And if all goes to plan, the realms as well. You see, my research involves the production of nutrient-rich plants that can be harvested in greater numbers than any we have seen thus far. Yay, quest complete, yes. All these bloody side quests. Sibyllane. Oh, hello. Was there something you needed? Oh, what specimens, so plump and fragrant. You said you came all the way from Muriel Agronomics? Thank you for making the trek. It would have been a shame to see these go to waste. Sometimes the cattle here are so temperamental that I quite forget my other obligations. Rupa must be cross with me. This isn't the first time I've accidentally shirked my appointments with him. I must give him something by way of apology. As you well know, we at the Matato pride ourselves on our research into the various methods of animal husbandry and fermentation used throughout the realm, and this cheese is our latest masterpiece. And I accidentally clicked off the thing that she said last. Again. No fruit, I see. I trust you delivered it without incident? You didn't eat it, did you? Cheese! This is golden cheese. The legends say only the masters of Warlet knew the secret of its creation. I never thought I'd lay my eyes on a single slice, let alone a whole wheel. If I receive one of these each time Sibylline forgets her obligations, then she could be as absent-minded as she pleases. Oh, my apologies. I do tend to get carried away when it comes to cheese. Anyway, I think everyone gets carried away when cheese is the subject. Two cups of reunion cheese. Cue up the James May cheese. Black mushroom. We need red ones. Not the right one. I didn't think so. It's like a red mushroom, grows in clusters. Not that one. Summon the dragon. Yeah, these right here. Your long search is over. Gather brown mud, which I'm sure is totally more poop. Because this game, it's a meme at this point. The Warrior of Light. Poop collector. While the color suggests mud, the odor suggests something else entirely. Yep, I don't know how many times we've been told to go gather dung. You'd think we would wise up to it by now. Provolone is a good choice. Although that's, I mean, that's less boring than someone who says cheddar. I mean, granted, cheddar's the most popular cheese in the world for a reason. It's really freaking good. I can't remember when I discovered white cheddar, like extra sharp white cheddar, and ever since then it's like, that's my favorite. Wasn't able to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down. There can be no doubt. These are Shackles' footprints. I have uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat from the local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. Shackles. So glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home. And buffoon. Archeon isn't a threat. I must do something. You can talk? You can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? What? Can't you? Incredible, I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understands speech. Well, I do wonder exactly why you are able to understand him, I am not. I'm sort of special. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happened to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archeon. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge, and he makes no effort to engage with it. At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon is in grave danger. Some less cleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. What is he saying? Oh, dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him, after all, and he seems moms ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Allow me to explain a few things first. Staff at the Archeon regularly use alchemic pesticides to keep the place free of harmful birds. Unfortunately, the woodworm I found earlier seemed to be entirely resistant to the type of pesticide employed at the facility. I skimmed a few tomes, including the New Eorzean Geographic, but I couldn't manage to identify the Vilekin in the Archeon. I'm guessing it must be a new species, or... We won't get very far if we know nothing about the enemy, so I went ahead and captured one of the woodworms. We can try showing it to someone who knows more about this sort of thing than I do. Y'all talking about food in chat, you're gonna make me hungry. But all I've got is water. I wouldn't sell yourself short. I consider myself to be only half good at a bunch of things, and then people tell me I'm way better at it than I thought I was. I can see by the dirt on your boots that you did some manner of digging. Were you able to find my sample? Do you have an interest in fungi yourself? These were developed from the spores of the elf stool, which can only be found in the Aurum Vale. A rare mushroom, but these are superior in every way. For one, they are much less inclined to kill you, a vast improvement by any measure of the word. Of course, I've had my failures, but the less said about those, the better. What matters now is now in the resolution. Hey! Revolution sample 316 is sure to herald. You've returned. Am I surprised? No, of course not. I had the utmost faith in your abilities. Well, did you bring the samples? Excellent work. With this, I shall continue my research into the techniques of the Naxian, skilled fighters and farmers both. I recently acquired texts from their homeland that go into some detail about their agriculture. Did you know they mix bat droppings into the soil to make it more fertile? Quite ingenious. The land they live in is quite temperate. It is writ that after 100 summers, the droppings solidify into something resembling stone, further concentrating the nutrients containing within. Of course, the samples you provided me today are far too ripe to be of much use on their own. However, what is the purpose of research if not to free us from the bounds of the natural world? What's that? Of course, I'm sure I said that the droppings resemble mud, didn't I? Regardless, I aim to speed up the ripening process, creating in days what takes nature centuries to accomplish. If I succeed, farmers across the realm will rejoice, and they will have you to thank for it. Always with the poop. Blech. Your troll showed me the woodworm sample, but the best I can do is confirm that I've never seen it before. I'd say your hypothesis that it's an undiscovered species is highly likely. In order to ascertain how best to deal with the insect, we would need to learn about its original habitat. Well, I found it clinging onto the Thavnarian tool used to make medicine that was recently brought to the Archeon. It was delivered by a Rogadin gleaner. Let's go ask her about it. Well, what are we waiting for? To the Archeon! That troll truly speaks to you, doesn't it? Perhaps that woodworm is not the only new species in our midst. That? I found that in Thavner, to be more specific, at the Alchemist's outpost, the Great Work. 'Twas used by the first alchemists, they say, and there are a few tools like it still extant. I spent days arguing my case before its owner agreed to hand it over. It's all coming together now. The woodworm was probably exposed to so many alchemic concoctions in that settlement that it developed a hardy resistance to substances like the pesticide. Let's waste no time in worrying the biologist about this. I feel like I've seen that little troll in the Archeon. Is it alright for him to be out and about like this? Ah, well, circumstances have required us to set him free for a bit. Closely monitored, of course. Now, where did he go? With the bows? Oh. Yeah, it was like the only shoes that I could find that semi-matched the color of the leggings. Everything else wasn't quite right. I would go sans bows if I could. Which there are some in the game. I just can't get them the right color as the rest of the thing I'm wearing, so... You know. That certainly makes a lot of sense in light of all that's happened thus far. Oh yeah, either that or cosplay. Like, you can make some. I happen to know that the alchemic pesticide used in the Archeon was created in Thavner, so it's hardly surprising that our woodworm friend has developed a resistance to it. Now, how shall we solve this conundrum? May not be the most inventive solution, but what if we were to make an even stronger pesticide? But how? Assuming that's a yes, I'll need you to get your hands on a luncheon toad's poison gland. I'll take care of the rest. Oh my, despite their adorable name, those toads are not to be trifled with. Think you're up to it? The buffoon clearly isn't, so I'd say you're our only hope. I take it he skipped right to asking for your assistance. You'll find the toads roaming near Noom, I believe. Do take care now. And there's some fates we can do also. Or a fate. There's one nearby there. Oh, don't tell me that... Of course, as we get there, the fate goes away. I could have checked the timer on it, I guess. Luncheon toad. Oof, judging by the smell, I think it's safe to assume you've got what I asked for. Allow me to tuck that away before we all pass out from the stench. Out of smell, out of mind, and now I've got all I need to make one of the most potent pesticides out there. Hold on just a moment. Director, what exactly are you making here, and why does it smell like the inside of a toad? And you, Noelitia, I believe your job requires you bring any missing specimens back to the Archeon, not take them on a tour of the realm. Please, allow me to explain. I see why you feel such drastic action is needed. However, I cannot permit you to release such a potent pesticide inside my Archeon. It could damage that which is housed within, and there's no telling how it might affect Labyrinthos' environment once the fumes inevitably escape the building. Whilst the pesticide we currently use may be on the weaker side, that is also one of its strengths. It has a negligible impact on the environment. You clearly haven't given your plan much thought. Fear not. I shall come up with a solution in due course. For now, let us return the specimen to the Archeon. There's little to be gained by allowing a troll to ruminate on such matters, no matter how odd it may be. Give me another chance. I can't sit back and watch those marvelous books be destroyed. Is it addressing me? Mm-hmm. It truly wishes to protect the tomes so strongly. Very well, in light of you having discovered the woodworm issue in the first place, I shall grant you one more chance to present a solution. Should you prove capable of ridding us of the infestation, I promise to cease treating you as a mere specimen. Assuming that you come up with a solution all on your own, of course, you are forbidden from consulting the researchers. Understood? Gotta pop the old arms every once in a while. I should say elbows, not arms. Where I won't be able to come up with a way to solve our problem. Let me think on my own for a bit. It's alright, you don't need to interpret for me. Even I can tell he's struggling with the weight of this task. You know, creatures like trolls tend to perk up when someone pets them. Why don't you show Shaggles some affection? He might pretend not to like it at first, but trust me, he'll warm up to it soon enough. I can't come up with anything good. I'm just a little creature. What are you doing? I'm not a dog. Pet him some more. You know, I actually feel a little bit better now. Seems like he's back to his old self. Listen, Shaggles, if anyone can do this, it's you. I'd normally call him a buffoon and move on, but I'm nearly destroyed Labyrinthus' ecosystem by unleashing a super-strength pesticide. If anyone is a fool, it's me. I know I'm forbidden from consulting the researchers, but I can ask you for advice, right? You must have fought your fair share of foes on your adventures. How do you take down the especially rare ones? I simply end them. I focus on their weaknesses. The woodworms do come from tropical climes, so their weakness would probably be freezing temperatures. Though if we make it too cold in the Archeon, we risk exposing the books to frost damage when all the moisture in the air freezes. Wait, the air. Deprive them of the air they need to survive. I bet we could starve the worms of oxygen with the gas emitted when you pour hydrochloric acid on limestone, we need to evacuate the staff and other living specimens, but it wouldn't damage the tomes or documents. We won't know if it'll work unless we really go. Well, Tia can get the acid, so I just need you to find some limestone. There's more than enough for the taking in the 30 facet. Meet us at the Archeon once you have it. I get the impression you've come up with a solution. Would you mind filling me in? Talk, talk, talk. Talk, 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 talk. Brilliant, though I'd best at least pretend to be looking after Shackles while I fetch that acid. Please do get that stone in the meantime. To the 33rd facet. Again. Oh, and a fate. Let's go to the other side here. Ow. Ow. Why are all of these so tightly packed together? Help. I hate these things. I hate their tongues. Ugh. Mobs that are too tightly clumped together. Yeesh. Everyone's out. We've got the asset as promised. Did you keep your end of the bargain? Or... Yes. Mini-grs. I'll be right back. I filled the test room with gas. Now we only need to wait and see what happens. No, I've been on my own almost as long as I can remember. I do recall that I constantly questioned my parents, which is probably what led to them giving up on me altogether. That same intelligence or belligerence, depending on who you saw me rescued and brought here. It made me interesting, I suppose, but I've only ever been treated as a specimen. You're the first person I've been able to have an actual conversation with. For the longest time, the Archaeon's books were my only friends. They were both my loyal companions and my window from which I gazed upon the outer world. That's why I can't stand by and let them be destroyed. Naturally, I would love for my intelligence to be recognized so that I might become a researcher on my own right. But more than anything, I want to protect the Archaeon. It worked. It actually worked. The pests are no more and the tomes look as good as new. Well done. Your method is both effective and safe. We shall waste no time in using it to rid the entire facility of woodworms. As promised, you will no longer be treated as a mere specimen. From now on, you are an apprentice researcher. Thank heavens the Archaeon will be safe once more. Allow me to thank you for everything. I couldn't have done it alone. My very first project as an apprentice will be to study how to produce sounds just like your kind do. If I want to be a researcher, I need to learn how to speak with people other than you. It's good to see Shackles looking so pleased. Thank you for all you've done for us. Oh, but before you go, could you perhaps tell me what he thinks of me? He calls you a buffoon. Regularly. Is that so? But he's too adorable to be angry with. Come, let me pet you. Jesus, you buffoon. I'm no one's pet. No, come back. We have to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being a logisticon alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Let's go! The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Qwestley, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. What's that? Another initiate?
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Down there, lost me eyebrows.
I swear every time a Lalafell speaks.
We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loporrits?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allagan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allagan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
We've been and cleared them.
Even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
You want me to go and fetch the Watsits? The White Raven's ghost, it haunts me. It's something.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
We're about to get you what you need.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design?
The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Oh. Alright, I can't turn this quest in. At least not on the level my summoner is at now. 1 second. I am going to... Alright. We have ether currents that we can find. As well as explore the rest of this section here. Get the etherite over there. We're gonna explore a little bit. We're gonna get the last of these ether currents. There's one. Yeah. What is... Oh, is it that thing? Huh. There's no light behind that, though, so how is that casting a shadow over there? That's weird. Whatever, game. There's the next one. Need another 4. Should be able to get level 81. And then probably going to level up this, which has the added bonus of leveling up a healer at the same time. We'll probably do that off stream though. just so that we can keep the momentum going here. Oh, can't forget to grab the chocobo keep. Most useless NPC in the game. Hmm. 75 to the north. Ah, right there. The northeast. I keep waiting for some of this map exploration stuff to give me what I need to go over the edge. The northeast. There it is. Leave me alone. Whoop. We doing on total? 2 more. Wait. 2 more of the exploration ones. Then we have quite a few of the quest ones to do. Nothing. Southwest. Here we are. To the north. Like just straight north. Which we can't go. Don't tell me this was like one I missed on the... the northeast. Yeah, it's up there. Gosh darn it. Thought I'd gotten everything from up there. But it appears not. Here we are. Unable to turn this in, but we'll get there. I just got to get this job up where it needs to be, which, like I said, should be able to do off stream, or it might be the beginning part, a little bit of tomorrow's stream. But like I said, doing the leveling from where it's at shouldn't take too terribly long. With that, we are pretty close to time. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us today. It is so very appreciated that you decided to join us for this. For anybody who has not caught the stream before, if you want to make sure that you don't miss out on any future ones, make sure to follow the channel. You can follow me on Twitter for schedule updates, as well as the Discord. Same thing. I think the Discord link is current. If not, let me know. Also, we have the YouTube, which is where all the VODs get uploaded once they're deleted from Twitch proper. We also upload shorts, slightly edited, of the clips that we do on the channel. Until next time, everybody, thank you so much for watching, and this is Qwestley reminding you
to be legendary.
Have a good one, everybody.